Hey there. Hey guys, sorry. Just give me a minute. Uh, some of my tech appears to be breaking down. Just give me one more minute.
I'm almost done setting up.
Just hang on a second. I'm almost done. Hang on. Okay guys, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry it took me a while to start. I'm here. I'm here. Hello everyone. Welcome. Welcome. How are you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. Actually, hang on. Did I remember to set this up right? Hang on.
I think I did.
Okay.
Hello everyone.
Welcome. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, sorry it took me a while to get started.
My tech is breaking down. I have a feeling that the webcam I'm using is starting to break, and
I'm pretty sure that my controller
is
breaking.
uh
It's starting to power off randomly, although I'm not sure if it's the controller or the wire, so you know what, Jack?
let me test something.
This work? Yeah, this will work.
Okay,
Okay, chat.
here's what we're gonna do.
That's all we're gonna chat.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to do a live test with you guys today.
I need to do a live test of this wire
To see
if my controller goes dead on me.
in the middle of using this wire.
If it does, then I know it's the controller.
If it doesn't, then
I know it's the wire, and a simple wire replacement would fix it.
yeah, how you guys doing? How's everyone? Hello, Kylon.
Hello, Lucky. Hello, DJ.
Welcome, welcome.
Hang on, let me.
Yes.
There's a mosquito buzzing me.
But yeah, no Death Stranding today and no Gundam. Today it's just Monster Hunter because
Title Update 4 is very slowly coming closer, and
I still haven't made it to my target anomaly rank yet, so we have to do that.
Gotta say, caught you off guard with the outfit looks.
Hmm? What outfit? Which outfit? You mean that outfit in the start screen? This one?
You mean that outfit?
What do you mean? A different outfit?
Hang on. So,
I'm a little bit distracted today.
hang on, I need to type something out real quick. Give me a second.
Okay, sorry about that.
I'm actually quite eager to
get something underway because
I'm
not there yet, but I'm getting really close to attaining the level I need to be for the next title update.
also I made some progress since
Our last stream,
Monster Hunter.
quite a decent amount of progress actually. Happy to show you guys.
Let me move to my usual spot.
Down here. There we go. Okay. Give me a second, let my game load real quick.
Okay. Let me know if you do end up deciding to take a shot and I'm lucky.
I'll kiss you goodnight.
I'm a Death Hunter and or Rise of Gunstrand version 69. That sounds like a stupid name I would come up with actually.
Okay, thank you Hololive for the music.
Looking at Armor Core 6, it still just has a 2023 release date. Yeah,
Who knows when in 2023 is gonna come out?
it might be delayed, who knows.
Well, we'll find out eventually, I'm guessing.
Alright, guys.
Let's go. Excited to get some hunts in my totally unmodded vanilla Monster Hunter. Yes, there's no mods here. No mods at all. Totally unmodded. Yes. Right, so
You see this number here?
that number 149.
It's kind of, hang on, let me move my ear away.
Yeah, number 149.
That needs to be 100 and
Hang on. What does it need to be at?
Is it 180?
It needs to be
100 and...
yeah, it needs to be 180. 180 or one.
That's the target number we need to hit.
Although,
There are a couple of things we need to do.
on the way there,
Oops. Wait, what? Hang on.
what?
Oh, hang on. Something isn't right.
Did,
Is the game bugging out?
and
Uh...
wait, this isn't.
Something isn't right.
Hang on,
Damn it.
hang on. Give me a second. My controller is backing up.
Okay, this test is not going well so far. What? Why is it doing that?
Hey, hang on, what the fuck? Yeah, something isn't right.
Okay, yeah, there is a button being pressed. What is going on?
It's not my controller, it's the game. The game has,
Appears there's a button press being registered.
and I don't know.
Let's try to reload.
This test is not going well.
Okay, hang on. Let's just exit the game client completely because
Yeah, something very bad is happening.
what's going on? Try to launch the game again, see what happens.
Give it a second. Sorry, guys.
Oh, my tech is breaking down.
Fuck. Let me.
I might need to switch the wire back or switch to a different wire.
The only other one I have is this, but this is.
The whole point of me testing this is to see if it's breaking or not. Test.
Doesn't seem like it. Yeah. Right, let's try to see if it works. And at some point I slept 5 hours last night.
Oh, well, you only slept 5 hours, so I hope you get enough rest, Lucky.
I need to take a nap. And to use my stream as here somewhere, if you think it'll help.
Okay, now it works.
I don't know what was going wrong with the game just now, but
Seems that it
you see?
seems that it was just a random bug.
Okay, phew. That was close.
I was a bit worried. This is technically the USB wire for my
Um
Switch controller.
I'm using it for my Xbox controller right now.
Okay, chat. One of the first things we need to do today
Is we need to get this number, this quest number over here, you see that?
this needs to be at least 141. I know it's possible for me to roll a random quest of that number with this monster by hunting this monster.
But the last several times I hunted that monster,
It gave me garbage. Look at this. All these multi-monster hunts. I hate that.
so we're going to manually raise the monster's level
Of the quest that we do have. Hopefully the game won't be
ass and won't raise the level like 1 point at a time. Hopefully it'll give me multiple points at a time, but I have no way of knowing which way it's gonna go, so yeah. And I love the near automata and replicant crossover that Monster Hunter did.
Doesn't it look amazing to have
Uh,
Kaine 2B?
in the game.
Oh, coffee drinks everyone. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're having as long as you're here for the moment.
It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have tried, as long as you're here. Going in 3, 2, 1, bye. Cheers. And she has such a manly voice too. Exactly like Canon. Hee.
Okay, give me a second, chat. I need to type something out.
Yeah, sorry, chat. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm dealing with something annoying.
Don't worry, it's not important. It's just
Something that's annoying and refuses to go away. But
sometimes that happens in life, doesn't it, chat?
okay,
You know what?
you know what? Not gonna pay any more attention there.
Closing that window.
No, it's just me and you, Chan. That's just me and you and the monsters in the game. No one else will disturb us. Speaking of outfits, by the way,
I've talked to a few people about this, but I've been tempted to make a fairly massive
design change for my trap avatar. I'm not sure if I should.
it's a fairly big change.
I have an idea of what I want to do,
But I don't know if I wanted to go that far.
you know.
And also I technically need to do one photo shoot with
The trap avatar as is before I go through that design change. Because that design change is going to it's gonna take a while, I think, for me to complete it.
Although considering that my webcam and my controller is breaking down, maybe I should put that on hold a bit until I'm sure that my webcam and
Controller won't break down on me. A fashion change on a trap avatar is a luxury after all, whereas controller and webcam are not luxuries.
let me switch to it's this guy I want.
Foxley. This guy is very dangerous. I need to be careful. Oh shit. He's moving to where I want to go. Fuck. Oh, never mind. I'll just go this way instead then.
Ah, damn it.
The fucking bats have tackled him. Fuck. Gotcha.
総流ができるぞ。焦らずとも良いぞ。
Eat fish and let's go. You never help me, Raju. Big scary monkey.
Come on, let's go.
You gotta make a new friend. Right over here.
Ah,
目標死人。
Oh,
怒りで荒れているな。
fuck him up.
今だ。突撃。
Smash.
and
Smash.
見事な働きだ。
I mistimed his
Uh,
thunder blight.
oh, it doesn't matter.
小賢しい。焼死千本。
Oh, fuck. Okay, slow down, slow down. Oh,
標的にされているぞ。
oh, come on, how that hit me? Oh,
Okay, you raised the set twice, which means
I have an opening. Fuck you. Oh, what?
what the fuck was that?
急いで治療しなさい。
What?
から目を離すな
Oh, oh,
Oh, coffee. Fuck, that's creeping.
what? Okay, why am I not moving?
Hang on, something's wrong.
愚か者めが感謝する
助かったわ。
What?
What?
Something isn't right.
狙われているぞ治療しておけ攻撃が来るぞ
Yeah, sorry, chat. Something is wrong with my controls.
I can't tell if it's because of
My controller breaking or
something else is going on.
fuck you. Fuck you.
Is he really tired?
Steer please, thank you. Come here.
興奮状態のよう
Fuck you.
And
Water your face. Fuck you.
oh,
そういうが
そう
狙える
いうですわよ。
Someone else can ride him. Go, get him.
良い食べっ
食事
ぷりだ
は大事です。
what?
愚か者め
Oh god.
病を見せて
Who the hell put down that trap? Fuck. Damn. Okay, I don't know which cat put down that trap, but whoever you are, cat, you fucked up.
And paralyzed. Oh, that's a very rare.
正気
Fuck.
感謝する。
I've never seen this guy get paralyzed before.
Not from just one cat. Interesting.
あら、まだいいところじゃない。
Oh, that was a bit messy, but it worked out quite well.
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
焦らずとも良いぞ
Come here, monster.
総流を任せる
総流のチャンスよ。
回復はしっか
Eat
りだ
and right.
Let's go.
思いっきり暴れなさい。
You're dozing off? Oh, okay. Hope you rest well, Cass. Have a good...
I mean, not cast.
Lucky. Rest well, Lucky. Mwah. Have a good night. Fuck you. Kill you so you got this lucky zap.
Oh,
さあ、叩き込むわよ。あら、怒ってるわ。
怒っているよ
Smash and smash. Cass is also mapping? Oh, okay.
will you guys be doing?
Dead by Daylight today?
うだものだ 焼死千本せい
Okay, this is a very long knockdown.
Sometimes this monster gets knocked down for a very long time and I don't know what determines that.
標的にされているぞ
Ah, god damn it.
薬は
Oh,
モンスターから目を離すな治療しておけ
nice.
今だ突撃
Charge and fuck you. Stab.
Ah, god damn it.
Change. Plus. Fuck you.
Ah, what?
Really?
しっかりしろ
Luchika.
Eh,
Okay.
how the hell did that miss me?
標的に
Oh, come on.
直しておいた方がいいぞ
Get up, Luchika.
回復したわ
助かった叩きのめしてくれるわ
Fuck you.
焼死千本せい
What?
What? Oh,
A second.
気をつけて
Oh shit.
oh, that's you.
Uh,
くれたわね
oh damn.
薬はある
I went past him. Oh,
私から逃げられるとでも
焼死千本
7 days and 3 hours. On a black moon day, you think?
Oh, okay.
Can I have a black moon, huh? Good luck. Hope you guys get to it.
Although as usual, knowing
All the hacks you two do, I'm sure you guys will be fine.
感謝する
Powder, powder.
感謝するわ
恩に着るぞ
active it now.
Eat.
狩り場でも
焦らずとも良いぞ
Cat drug.
And
Charge. Go! Oh!
興奮状態のよ
Oh!
oh, I can't believe I timed that.
Oh, I timed that as well.
It's not normal.
I don't normally time that.
モンスターから
Not an attack at the very least. Ow.
直しておいた方がいい
きちんと直すの
Oh, god damn it.
I hate how far that attack flies. If I miss.
さあ一気に攻めるぞ
Oh. Okay, let's go, go, go. Oh. Ah.
待たせたわね。
What?
総流ができるぞ。
What? Okay, that is very weird. That I feel like that shouldn't be happening.
総流。やり遂げ
そっちは頼んだわよ。
総攻撃だ。目していね。
見直した。
Because she's supposed to bring the monster here and then fight with the monster. But
達成だ。
AI is instead performing a charge attack? That's very strange. I'm not sure if that's just the AI bugging out on its own or if it's due to one of the mods I have installed in my totally vanilla unmodded game. It's totally vanilla unmodded
私
game.
を取るのか。
ですか。
And there's definitely nothing modded about this. Nothing modded at all. Love looking at vanilla unmodded Pascal Lucica. Totally modded.
必殺関や。空烈砲。
Yes, definitely 100% unmodded. Let's see, okay, went from 135 to 138, which is nice, but it needs to be 141. Oh well, at least it jumped multiple levels. Ah, that's better than only going up a single level. I've been trying to get that level to go up so long, and so many times it's only went up like by one level. So annoying. And it didn't give me the toy, of course it didn't. Fuck you.
毎度あり。
Okay, now I can read chat probably. Don't have a meat base. Mod has some nasty zombies in it. Banshee with area attack not blocked by walls. Every time I look at 7 days, we have to deal with the farm, so let's just chill and chat for a bit. Every time I look at 7 days, I'm like, yeah, the mods definitely add a lot of difficulty, but at the same time, I feel like the mods were, from watching cast play, I feel like the mods were designed with the assumption that you're going to use AI exploiting tactics like kill zones and pathfinding problems and stuff like that. And it's like, anytime I build or I play any game where I have to build a defensive structure that exploits AI rather than, you know, acts like an actual defensive wall, I feel like
it kind of takes me out of the game a bit. You know what I'm saying? I like to get immersed in games, so anytime I have to think more about how the AI is gonna work, rather than thinking about just playing the game, it kind of takes me out of it a little bit and reduces my enjoyment.
It's the biggest reason why back when I played
Remember? You guys saw the defensive side build? I never used any like
mazes and kill zones and stuff like that in my base entrances.
I just don't enjoy that kind of gameplay.
But thankfully in Rimworld, I was able to build a pretty powerful defensive base with
Just
going with my own design and
tactics. And it functioned quite well. But when you look at 7 days,
試練か
it feels like it's very much a you either exploit the AI or you die.
kind of thing. At least that's how it feels whenever I watch you and Cass play.
Oh boy, my eyes are...
I'm actually really sleepy right now.
I'm trying to keep myself going when
With hunts and monster hunts. Gotta keep monster hunting.
well, do I have so many might seeds? Okay, I'm gonna get mites, adamant seed,
Popfish.
and godbugs.
Hey, hi. Are you?
Okay.
Thank you. The reason why that took me so long to interact with her is because of
The saving. I swear, with every big title update, the save time increases.
Jill. Also go there.
Alkali, go get me a
But Oakley's gonna hunt for insects and
white jackal. Give me...
popfish.
出航準備完了
It does make the zombies cheat to overcome some tactics players use.
Yeah.
I can see how the game ended up being in an arms race between
Yeah.
exploity players versus the devs, and I feel like that's not a good state.
For the game to be in.
I have seen that the zombies will dig through the ground, which is,
You know,
that makes sense.
if the zombies can't get to you, then they'll just dig through the ground.
I have seen people streaming, and I have seen people lose their bases due to zombies coming up from underground, which kind of adds a nice element to the whole zombie apocalypse.
The fact that it can sometimes come from below, if you're not careful, it's quite cool actually.
怪異クエストに挑まれますか
Okay.
Let's get back to the grind.
Increase that level a little bit more. I want to see how
Minato does against that monster.
put Minato on a lance.
Let's try.
の日が訪れますよ
That monster's really difficult.
just to...
I wonder if I should bring Dying Lazy. Dying Lazy would make the hunt a lot safer.
Yeah, we'll go with Lucky.
Yeah, I think we'll go with Erotica and Lucky. First we need my taxi. Zombies being able to dig through concrete and cinder blocks seems quite over the top.
Yeah, that is true.
Uh,
I'm always surprised by how quickly zombies can break through doors, whereas it takes me like
what, 10 minutes to dash through the door?
a zombie can get through the door in like a minute.
Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
That doesn't seem fair. Yeah. Oh yeah. Classic Kaine voice. Heck yeah.
Alright, let's go. I grab red note, grab that,
And I read no.
give me that, thank you. More red notes, good.
Oh god damn it!
Give me that. Give me that. Come here, bird. Come here, Spiny. Bird. Bird. Shroom.
Here.
Give me that. Fuck and fuck
And
dog. Yoshi.
and grab that.
Right. Oh, where's the...
Oh.
We have a Chameleos. Let's use the Chameleos.
Right.
Let's try this with Lucky. Here, Chameleos. Chameleos.
気持ちの良い食べっぷりですね。
Your stealth used to be as annoying as fuck.
Oh god damn it, really?
You're running away.
Motherfucker!
あり がとうございます。
Oh
気が
wow.
つくわね。なかな
So
か
many red notes.
感謝やしなかと。感謝する。感謝します。
Oh, I ain't gonna complain.
More red notes, the better.
We don't want that.
Yeah, technically that's useful.
叩きのめしてくれるわ。
頑張ります。
Right, we're going to use you.
かしい。誰や。
総流のチャンスよ。狩り場での食事
Eat
も狩り
fish
場なも
and
のです
let's go.
良いものですね。
勝利。
Yes, be nice.
さえ。
Oh wow.
Aging already.
Espinosa ages so quickly.
Ah,
いました。一気に決めましょう。
Is he really coming towards us?
荒れていますね。ご機嫌斜めかしら。
どりゃ。
oh well, I ain't gonna complain.
Means we have another mountain that we can use immediately.
期限誕生。
メソメソ。
巧みな総流でしたね。
叩きのめしてくれる。
Let's go. Oh, come on.
Really?
小賢しい。
Come here.
あなた様の総流できるわよ。
What?
Even the dragon is also mountable.
ごゆっ
That's
くり気持ち
that's gonna complicate matters.
Okay, one of you girls.
Oh, you didn't mount her?
Okay. In that case, I'll just fight. Fuck you.
打ち抜く。
Oh wow.
一気に攻めるわよ。
Smash, 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 and
目していいね。
圧巻の総流でした。見直したわ。リロード。
fuck you.
Monster が狙っています。
He's gonna attack.
The fish.
何事も日々の積み重ねですね。
Oh, god damn it.
両具生物を使います。
Fuck you.
タクは一点。
How have you not suffered a red explosion here? We hit you with so much shit.
Ow.
Ow.
急いで治療しなさい。
Oh shit.
I don't know if that hit him or not.
Probably not. Finally. Change. Charge. Fuck you.
期限誕生。全力で参ります。
Really, the anti-monster mine is
There. In the corner.
Oh, what?
What the hell did... You know, I'm not gonna question it.
されてるわよ。お願いしますね。火星に参りましょう。
Don't you dare leave.
Okay, thank you.
まさに家畜の勢い、治せそうです。ないで。
Nice.
一気に攻めるわよ。
Fuck. Kill. And yellow sharpness, which is really bad, but I can't stop.
Oh,
Wait, he's leaving. Okay.
一体
he's
どう
leaving,
だ。
then I can.
まだいいところじゃない。
Ah,
That went very well.
順調ですね。さすがあっという間にピカピカですね。目標の達成。依頼達成ですね。
let's take
We need to use
急がず良いもの
this
しっ
in
か
the
り噛んで
next
ください
area.
ませ。
Ooh, what if I do? This will be helpful.
狩り場でのごゆっくり別なものですね。
Ah, damn it.
ちむく。
You know, darling, I got in too early.
Over here, please.
Thank you.
Oh, god damn it.
I missed.
さあ、叩き込むわよ。素晴らしい。依頼完了ですね。
Alright, nobody saw that.
Nobody saw me missing.
Hi, Jack.
Nobody saw me missing. Stay right there, please.
Thank you.
全力で参ります。
Thank you.
Oh, Luchika's going.
To get something. Oh, it's fine.
Why am I missing?
That if it was to get Luchika to attack him.
I'm gonna sharpen.
And
Could you guys not fight?
down there, please. That'd be swell.
急がずしっかり噛んでくださいま
Oh, well.
Oh god damn it.
せ。そういうお見事ですね。狙われてるわよ。ご注意ください。
Come on.
急いで治療しなさい。ちょっと待ってなさい。
What?
Uh,
Again? Really?
okay.
I ain't gonna complain.
標的にされていますよ。早めの対応が肝心です。まただね。
Okay, sometimes the AI does strange things.
I've never seen a
Follower mount triggered this.
often before.
I've only ever seen it triggered once.
Not twice. I ain't gonna complain though. This is really helpful.
決まったわ。 余裕です。
Uh,
お疲れ様でした。
okay, Luchika. I don't know what the hell you ate today to allow you to mount 2 monsters so quickly, but please
Please do that more often. It's really helpful.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm yawning. Getting so many of these essences. Oh, come on, really?
140, not 141. Ugh. And 141 hunt is flaming seething basil geese. Technically that would work, but I hate seething basil geese.
I really don't want to have to hunt seething basil geese.
Oh. This might be a very good...
Okay, hang on.
We're gonna lock this.
I'm gonna lock this chair.
And then...
I'm going to see if I can make use of this somehow.
I might have finally gotten a good evade extender.
Charm. We'll see in a minute.
今後ともごひいきに。
Lucky. Do you have status up?
You do have status attack up, and yet you weren't able to inflict a paralysis on him.
Strange. Although to be fair,
the monster is fairly tough. He has very high status. Specifically, he has very high paralysis with this. Also, I gave you support centric.
purely because I want you guys to spam your moves as much as possible.
The only thing is I don't know what... I haven't actually been tracking.
9 lives. I don't know if it actually works or not.
I mean, yeah, I see my cats fighting a lot. I see them losing health.
But I don't know if they actually die.
I think I need to keep track of this
More. Actually, let me ask the Mercilessness. See if they know anything. Oh. Let me see, Mercilessness.
9 lives. Does anyone have anything? Does anyone know anything about 9 lives? Yes, I'm gonna have 100 RNG to get tutors, so...
Oh. Most people don't seem to know what 9 lives means. Or at very least what it means for the cat.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to try to keep an eye on the cat to see if they actually pass out dead. It's gonna be hard to check the numbers, but
Oh well.
来たね。またどうぞ。
Alright, let's check on that Basil Geese quest.
お待ちしておりました。会議クエストはこちらになります。
Seizing Basil Geese.
fuck. Fuck, it's a single monster hunt. But I really hate this guy. Ugh. Do I want to fight him?
Fuck.
化したモンスターは脅威ですが、あなた様の活躍が騎士たちの心を熱く燃やして勇気を与えています。さすがは高き炎ですね。またお越しくださいませ。
Hang on a second.
I need to check something
Sale items. Auto sword.
and then look at the monster parts.
I do have Dire Wing Plus. Okay, so I don't need to get Dire Wing anymore.
I already have Dire Wing Plus.
お待ちしておりました。
Do I have to go through hell just to fight this guy?
I feel like my answer's gonna be no. Uh,
けれどあなた様の存在がとても心強く、チッチェはちっとも怖くなんかありません。
okay, we're gonna try something unique, chat.
We're going to try.
We're gonna try
Minoto.
and Hinoa. Both of them.
あなた様であれば
And
大丈夫です。
And
I am going to...
いらっしゃい。いつでも
I need
待
to
ってるよ。
craft a weapon. Where is it? Here we are. Dying lazy. You're gonna get an umbrella. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
We're going to run Dying Lazy
With Foxley.
and Minoto and
Hinoa.
this is going to be ultimate healing support.
Tank team. With starters. Paint for everyone. Cheers. We'll see if it... the coffee. We'll see if this makes this monster bearable.
I doubt it will, but we'll see.
We'll see. So,
wait, no, hang on.
cancel. That's not what I wanted you to eat first. Eat that first.
By the way, the girls were just
Straight up talking. Got two smexy dragon twins with me today. Who, by the way, chat,
canonically, it's pretty obvious.
these two girls lay eggs. If you know about Monster Hunter lore, you would know that Minato and Hinoa obviously lay eggs. Obviously. Anybody who tells you that Minato and Hinoa don't lay eggs, or it's inconclusive and nobody can be sure, they're just lying to themselves, chat. It's clear that Minato and Hinoa lay eggs.
勢い盛んですね。まさに破竹の勢い。つつがなくされているでしょうか。
Although I am
Willing to give that the whole Butanari thing, that one we're not sure about. Whether Minato and Hinoa can become futa for each other.
but we know for a fact that they lay eggs.
お願いします。
Right,
Let's see.
need to bring out Foxley. There we go.
Wait, no, hang on.
Shit,
I'm doing this out of order.
fuck, hang on.
It's not Foxley and Dying Lazy, it's...
Dying Lazy and Numinos. Yeah, that's... Yeah, this is what we're supposed to do.
Right.
Okay.
Oh god, I mean, really? The monsters move?
Oh, fine. I'll chase after you.
お外での食事は美味しいですよね。助かります。頼りになりありがとうございます。
Hi, Sergio.
なります。
Stevie boy.
Can you help me?
今こそ総流を
Let me
見せてください。
eat fish and I'll be with you now.
お味はいかが
Okay,
です
let's
か。
go.
良い食べっぷりですね。
Alright, let's go.
お任せします。
Hi. Come on. Come fight me.
Over here?
見つけました。
Hehe.
Could you please wait for me?
標的発見です。
Oh.
Oh, really? He's not raging yet.
That's a problem.
We need to rage before.
Damn. Oh.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, we'll just make do.
思いのまま巧みな総流でしたね。起源万丈。さす 水が私のお供で里の誇りにかけて。
少子
お怒りのご様子。
Of course now he rages.
狙われているらしい戦法。仕掛けてきます。仕掛けてきます。いざ入れ合え。両具生物を使います。
This is a very small basil geese.
Oh, god damn it!
モンスターが狙っています。お薬が必要ですか？お薬はありますか？治せそうですか？
Oh. God, I hate this guy so much. Ugh.
攻撃が気にされていますよ。
Fucking.
Oh my god, he's going to explode already.
モンスターにご注意。お気をつけて。早めの対応が肝心です。
少子千番
Oh, god damn it. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit.
無せよ
危ないですよ。
Woo! Oh, god damn it.
これで安心です。おかげありがとうございます。感謝します。
少子
対女性。
小賢しい
Well,
I can say for certain that it's
still fucking annoying as all hell.
一休み。お外での食事は美味しいですよね。お品物ですね。
小賢しい
さあ、出番ですよ。
少子
he entered a red explosion really quickly.
無せよ
モンスターが狙っています。
一撃
I'm not sure what caused that.
荒れていますね。ですね。
Oh my god.
今のうちです。
Fuck you.
ホムラよ、力を。順調でしょうですね。
少子千
お気をつけて、お気をつけて。
Fuck you.
なんでは勝てぬわ
総流、いけますよ。総流、お願いし
Oh,
ます。
Okay.
I'll take them out.
里に手出しはさせません。
Actually, you know what? We're gonna go and
Fight the Sunoker. Fuck him up.
手加減無用。あなた様の総流、見せてください。お疲れ様でした。急がず、しっかり噛んでください。いかがですか？
Oh. Get over here.
come on.
Oh, god damn it, really? Oh my god.
直せそうですか？ 両具生物を使います。
Fuck him up. Fuck off! Push him back in the pool. Yes! Perfect. Good. Good job, Sanoga.
思いのまま圧巻の総流です。
Last. Hello? Okay, he got up really quickly from the pool. Get over here!
一斉攻撃です。里に手出しはさせません。
Come on.
里の誇りにかけて。標的にされていますよ。モンスターにご注意。危ないですよ。仕掛けてきます。
What is that? Weird as fuck animation. I haven't been keeping track of the cat's health.
容赦しません。ご注意。
Damn.
お願いしますね。
Really? Red explosion again.
標的にされていますよ。直せそうです。
Are you serious?
お気をつけて。お気をつけて。早めの対応が肝心。お薬が必要ですか？
Oh, god damn it.
お休みしますね。助かりました。
Shit, you know what's down.
逃がしません。
Okay, double support twins do almost no damage. That's good to know.
狩り場での食事も別なものですね。美味しそう。おかげさまで。感謝します。感謝します。
Okay, let's go. I think I can still do enough damage to kill him, thanks to his support, but I think I'm doing all the damage myself.
お外での食事が美味しいですよ。
Fuck you.
里に手出しはさせません。手加減無用です。
Okay. Cancel. Charge and fuck you.
荒れていますね。
Ugh.
狙われて
God
大丈夫。
damn.
治療が肝心ですよ。
Dying if you could have fired. Oh, god damn it.
直さないと。直せそうです。
Oh my
ご注
god.
意ください。ご注意。
Fuck Fucking hell! How the hell am I supposed to deal with this?
通じる
I can't move!
ホムラのごとくいざ頼りになりますね。両不生物使います。
叩きのめしてくれるわ
一斉攻撃で
Oh god
狙
damn
わ
it.
れています。早めの直せそうですわ。しばらくここはお任せします。
Oh, you know what? Bringing help? Okay. I appreciate it. Please help us.
せりゃ小賢しいでや少子千万さいどりゃどりゃ少子
お待たせしました。
さいどりゃでやどりゃ
Serious.
Dying. You need to stop missing that.
さいどりゃ叩きのめしてくれるわ
お怒りのご様子。
少子千万
Okay, at least Numi managed to land his
Kitanator, even though the monster is technically already knocked down.
小賢しい
大成功です。
どりゃどりゃどりゃ
攻撃が狙っています。
うせよ
仕掛けてきます。危ないですよ。お早めの対応が肝心です。
少子千万
Fuck you.
どりゃ
標的に入っています。
Fuck you.
お願いしますね。
Fuck you.
口説きちり
Better. Oh,
余裕です。
yeah,
I still don't enjoy hunting this guy.
見事な狩猟でした。ミノトも頑張ったわね。今日は3人でごちそうにしましょうか。はい、すでに各所に手配済みです。もう届いている頃かと。では帰還いたしましょう。
so many bombs fucking everywhere. Ugh.
Annoying as fuck. Oh, wow. It was still slightly fun to hunt with Hinata and Hinoa.
I guess the costume specific intro overrides
The follower intro takes precedence. Oh. Let's go. Can finally get them. Well, I finally have the material that I wanted to unlock, so let's see if that material gives us anything.
fucking finally.
Thank you.
凝ってるね。
Give me that.
なんか不思議。 よし、やるぞ。今後ともごひいきに。
Let's see, what's the toy spelunker? I'm curious. Toy spelunker? Wait, is this? A pullback toy spelunker that's popular as a souvenir for kids. Is this the minecart? The cat minecart from was it Portable Third that had this? This is the minecart for Portable Third, isn't it? Oh, okay, okay. We have to represent the cat minecart on Portable Third. I don't want to put it. Okay, you know what? As much as I like submarines, this submarine that the cats use here is hideous. It looks like a fucking anglerfish. So... Sorry, mini sub. You are actually hideous. Now being swapped out with the toy spelunker. And... Gonna switch music. Yeah. Got a red Portable Third after all. Right, let's see. Did that material give me anything new? Elemental exploit. Okay. Elemental exploit is not something I need, so... Since we don't need that, let us go for... Curio weapon crafting. Chilling level is... Shelling level boost. As much as I like that status, and equip that and get shelling level boost. Heck yeah. Now shelling level 8. Nice. Perfect. Need to try this out. There's also now that we have that level unlocked, I'm thinking of modifying my armor set, but let me check something. I might need to do a little bit more hunting in order to get a specific part. Backstab jewel. I need Diafang and Diawing. Okay, so I can only make 2 of these right now. Guard artillery offensive guard, no.
怪異連星を編み出して少しだけハモンスターに近づけた気がするんだ。褒めてくれるかな。
Bloodright. Weakness exploit. Heartbreaker. Technically don't need this anymore if I'm gonna replace it. What did the augment give me? Artillery. 1 crit boost. Let's try to gamble a little, chat. We have this armor we've never touched before. Oh. Let's try to see if we can make something of this. Enable augments. Yes, please. Thank you. Alright. Someone wants to talk to me? Yo, give me that. Alright. Now we... do a save and... Right. Time to clear the area craft and armor set. Let's see. Skills plus, let's go. Oh wow, this is expensive. Build up boost, defense boost, and part. Oh. It loses part breaker though, which I don't want to lose it. But it's fine, we'll take this one out and we'll keep augmenting. Loses weakness exploit in exchange for bloodlust. Do I want to have fucking bloodlust on this build? I think not. Bloodlust doesn't really help me that much. Not on the gun lance. Uses part breaker for mind's eye. No, not worth it. Adrenaline rush. Horn Maestro. No. Amplifier? No. Fuck that. Agitator? No, fuck that. Take the polish guard up and losing part breaker. No. Loses blood right in exchange for artillery. Shit. Fuck. Theoretically this is good, but I don't want to lose blood right for it. Let's try to see if we can get anything else. Focus? No. Fuck bloodlust. Spare shot artillery loses blood right? Fuck no. Recovery up. Oh, having 1 rank of recovery up means I don't have to put it elsewhere. But the normal wrap it up is wasted. No, keep going. Power prolonger, focus. No. Want to lose blood right? Tune up, useless. Burst. Loses part breaker.
Elemental attack.
We don't use elemental attacks here.
So. Status trigger.
Status trigger redirection. Fuck. 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 Do I take this? Okay, thinking about it. Redirection is good.
The +1 slot is good. Phoenix Exploit is good. We're losing that.
Status trigger is useless on me.
So, yeah, no, fuck that. Not good enough.
Guts.
No. Amplifier, no. Crit eye, no. Crit eye, no. No. Handicraft, no.
No.
No. No.
Great, now the game is punishing me by giving me all the range skills. Blood right for mine.
Why fuck that shit? No.
I do not want to lose blood right for mind's eye. Low speed is useless, but artillery losing a part breaker.
I'll take this.
And keep
Keep gambling. Keep fucking gambling.
blood right? No, I don't want to lose blood right.
No. 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 No.
God.
No.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
Fuck that shit, no.
Redirection paralysis attack.
No. Hellfire Cloak is...
Right, I need 3 levels of Hellfire Blight, and it's gonna be hard for me to get that.
So, no. The other things I would rather fit first.
Using part breaker for an artillery.
Nope. No. 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 No.
Those slots are really good, but losing blood right?
No. No. God. Stop giving me range skills, god damn it.
Attack boost? No, I don't want that.
Tune up, fuck that shit. Ammo up? Fuck no. God. Come on. Give me something I can use. Not that. Not that. Stop taking away my blood right. God damn it. God fucking. Status trigger redirection again. Status trigger is useless. Wasted skill on me. Where's this one again? Right, when health is below a certain amount. Fuck that shit. Useless. Fuck no. Also, yes, chat, I will be safe scumming this. Cause fuck random upgrades. Can't find anything good, then we're just going to safe scum into one of the better earlier results. Why does it keep taking away blood right? Is it because blood right technically costs a lot in the game's internal cost measurements? The balancing act it does? It probably does, doesn't it? Yeah, we're not finding anything good. Whenever it takes away weakness exploit, it gives me trash skills. Okay, technically the skills aren't trash, it's just not skills that I want. Yeah. I think the cost
the cost allowances for this armor is a bit too tight for it to get anything good.
Now look at this. Every time it gives me a good skill, it has to remove blood right, which means it considers blood right to be a very high value skill.
Okay,
So we are going to
do a little Control Alt Delete
action and get back into the game
and keep one of the early results that are better. Ugh.
You guys don't mind, right? Me using save scum.
To deal with random upgrades.
It's so annoying. Fucking random upgrades.
I hate dealing with random upgrades.
In general. And in this game, when I introduce random upgrades for 6 slots of equipment.
Rather than just the one.
God damn it. God damn it. Saves coming for things, yeah.
You know how it is.
If you play this game, fucking saves coming for augments.
You refuse to spend all that material on augments that are trash.
So we just did a save scum to check what was coming in the armor.
And we're going to go for a...
Uh,
we're going to settle for a skill combination that less than ideal, but it'll do.
I'll do. We'll take it. Now let's see. Where is it? This one. Take this. Trying to remember the pathway to get to where I want to be. We do not want bloodless. We do not want to lose Pathbreaker for Mind's Eye. We do not want to lose Blood Right under any circumstances. We do not want to lose Blood Right for Artillery. Fuck no.
This is one of the ones I considered getting.
Nah. There was one particular result that would be good.
Not that one.
This one.
Redirection plus an additional slot. And all we lose is Weakness Exploit. And because I'm a gun lance, Weakness Exploit is a low value skill for me.
Status Trigger is a wasted skill.
But just to have redirection and an extra slot might be worth it.
Okay.
I'm gonna settle with that for now.
Let's try to theory craft this. First things first. You spend way too much time in this game, so you have way more than I need. Well, I am playing multiple games, so
It's I don't have that much disposable mats yet. I'm somewhat close to there, but not quite, at least with regards to augmenting materials are concerned.
What type of colors I'm using?
I'm using Alios Asterism.
If you don't know which one that is, let me see. It's this one.
Lucent Narga gun lens. Excuse me.
Right, let me make sure I have this loaded, and now let's try to see if we can
Theory craft this. Remove this decoration from here. The only reason I had this before is because I needed sneak attack. Okay, first things first, let us try to...
いらっしゃい。
we'll craft only one sneak attack deco for now.
If we need more, we can craft more, and if we need another one, we can always go and farm for more. I've only just gotten my anomaly research rank to
151, and
my investigations to 140 plus, so
I've only just started collecting this level of material unlocks, so yeah. Okay, let's see here.
with this I might be able to be a lot more efficient with my slot space.
Bring this out.
Because I have a redirection here, I do not need this
Here.
Remove this.
Put the redirection jewel here.
Missing one level of artillery. What's on my... Evade extended guard up in mind's eye. Am I currently over leveled on Part Breaker?
I'm not.
I'm getting Part Breaker from...
Remove this. I have a razor sharp single level razor sharp.
Give me a second while I...
Try to calculate this in my head.
No matter what, I need an extra artillery.
That has to be there.
Do I have a double mind side jewel?
I do.
I can put this here And with that, I don't have to worry about bouncing anymore.
What am I missing?
I'm missing one level of part breaker.
Can put one level of part breaker here.
If I have a level of part breaker there,
And I'll put the backstab jewel here.
temple longer.
Defense jewels.
Let me see. Is there anything that's over leveled?
No.
But how is this compared to my old loadout?
No. My old loadout is better.
Just straight up better. Even though I wasted skills.
Damn.
Okay.
Don't think about that.
If we do not use the Malzeno mail, what can I use?
And the chest slot that would suit me.
This doesn't have some what I want.
The last time I tried to look through this, I couldn't find anything good.
Except maybe this? Big for Embolden? But only one level of Embolden and it has... Its stamina surge and weakness exploit is not useful for me. It has really good slots though.
I don't have the parts for this. I don't want that. I don't want that. No.
Defiance is... Defiance is one of those skills that's useless. Divine Blessing is okay, but...
Mind song, no. No. You should be replacing Mindsight with Handicraft.
My sharpness drops so low that I'm often fighting at green sharpness, and when I'm at green sharpness I bounce too easily.
So, just to
tell myself that, you know what, I don't want to care about, I don't want to ever worry about bouncing. I just put in 2 levels of Mindsight and I don't think about it anymore.
Coalescence 4.
Heartbreaker disc. Okay, theoretically, I used to really like the Espiness. The Espiness chest piece, but doesn't have enough of what I need unless I were to augment it and see if it has anything good. Agitator and redirection. Evade Extender is a skill that I would like to have on my armor without worrying, but it's got wasted skills on this.
So no.
Guard, artillery, offensive guard.
No, already.
I'm over leveled on artillery that way unless I augment it.
And remove an artillery or something else, but
Good luck rolling something that I would want on that.
yeah, no. Archfiend for slots.
I have considered just getting an armor for slots.
As you've probably seen,
I tend to build very slot heavy builds. There's always been a thing with me. I try to stuff as many skills as I can into my armor.
as many tank plus utility with a little bit of damage into my armors.
I'm a tank hunter. Yeah, I might just go for something that gives me slots, and then augment it and see what else I can get on it. No, the base stats on this are trash.
No.
Blight resistance. Mindsight 2 with a...
Nah. Not worth it. Should I go for the good old Hermitor meal?
I've used it so many times, way a long time ago.
Eh.
Planning an optimized build is so hard with fucking augments. You never know what you're gonna fucking roll on these damn things.
Oh, I hate so much randomness in my armor. I've gotten into arguments about this, but I really hope to God that whatever Monster Hunter 6 turns out to be, 6th gen,
They cut back on all of the randomness because... Yeah, okay, I'm fine with dealing with one slot of randomness in the form of charms, but having 6 slot of random?
fuck no. This is such a massive pain to plan out.
Because in my head I'm always like, but I can squeeze out just a little bit more power if I roll perfectly, and I'm like, God. I used to love Kushala Blessing, but
In the
anomaly endgame, Kushala Blessing is useless. Camille's Blessing is also useless. Tree will also give you 90 seconds of infinite sharpness. You can do more than...
I think in just 90 seconds.
That is true, and I do run Great Whetstone. I mean Great Whitefish in my build. It'd be very easy for me to just pop a Great Whitefish in the middle of a fight. Those things have resentment for better things. That is something I'm heavily considering. Either our Golden Loon Mail augment this.
Yeah.
Disperse 2 again. This is elemental, which is useless.
For me, because I'm a gun lance.
When you have recoverable with right and weakness exploit. They have the same slot space. Archfiend and Golden Loon Mail.
And
Unlike Archfiend, Golden Loon Mail has Defiance and Divine Blessing, which is skills that I'm like, dude, I don't really want to build for them, but I will welcome them if I have it.
you know, let me see if there's.
I wasn't looking out for protected polish. Let me see if there's a protected polish in the
Chest or skirt.
that I can grab.
Oh,
It's protected polish.
did I miss it? No, there it is.
Right. We have protected polish in the alloy chest piece. We have protected polish in the sailor skirt. With one level of Wildbook Whisperer. Slot space is not too bad.
Oh,
My current skirt is a blood right holder. I don't feel like I want to give up 2 levels of blood right for this, so Espinas for the 1 level, no. Right, the only chest piece with protected polish is this. Alloy mail. Very early. There's a high chance I could augment this and roll something good, and it's very cheap to roll for augments as well. I could just try to save scum, roll this and see what happens. I don't lose anything, right, if I save scum it?
armor system works on potential for. The more things you lose, better things you get in lower tier armors have more potential than higher rarities.
Yeah, I'm aware of how they work. I just don't recall off the top of my head the exact numbers that each skill and slot and point of defense and stuff is worth, and how much point allotment each armor is given and stuff like that. I do know that the lower rarity armors have a larger allotment of potential points that they can be used to fill up with skills and all that nonsense.
So, yeah, why not?
I could just roll augments on this and see what happens.
いくよ
Uh,
気をつけてね
let us get a save on this and
And roll augments and see what happens.
why not?
Since we're safe coming, we don't lose anything.
Normally I don't save scum, but
When it comes to random upgrades, I will save scum.
because fuck random upgrades.
I have 20 of these, I don't care.
Alright. Let us go.
Well, we're off to an interesting start. Yeah, I'll just take it.
Why not? See what this branch has in store for us.
Nope. Oh, goddammit.
Oh, doesn't matter.
I just here to see what it gives us. Offensive guard? No.
Spirit Bus.
Oh my god, so much defense.
Yeah, no. Give me skills, not fucking defense.
Preferably without losing protective polish, please. I don't mind losing speed sharpening because I run great wetfish. I do not need Wirebug Whisper because my Wirebug Whisper is filled by helmet. Weakness exploit. Oh, fucking hell. Whoops. Oops. 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 I hope you guys don't mind me trying to craft a new armor set with you guys. Fuck. Ooh, that is good for slot space and handicraft, but I lose protective polish. One level of it, which is the whole reason for me getting this armor in the first place. Fuck. Fuck. I can get a protective polish +4. I can? Protective polish +4? You mean 4 levels of protective polish skill? I didn't know you could do that. Either way, I'm gonna take this result because that previous result is garble. Oh, you mean the protective polish deco? Right, yeah. A level of handicraft and 2 levels of protective polish. Let me see, do I have a protective polish? Deco, no, but I can make one right now. You know, because that result was quite good, I'm going to save the result. Save the result? And then I want to see what else I can get there. If I don't like what else I get, then I'll just roll it back. Bloodless. Yeah, no thank you. Redirection. No. Wow. All skill increase? But it's all fucking range skill, are you serious? Aura is nice, but I can't afford it. Again, an artillery. Charge Master is useless. Artillery again. It's one of those situations where I'm wondering, is it better to have all that protective polish or an artillery on this thing? Decisions. This is what random upgrades does to me, chat. I can't decide on what to settle on because I don't know what else I could possibly get. This is why I hate fucking random upgrades so much. Yeah, I know.
We'll reset. As long as you lose speed timing and gain some of the skill you need for attack goals, you can just get one skill perfect going.
Yeah, that's getting you bankrupt.
Yeah.
Although thinking about it,
That.
there was something I threw away that might.
Hang on, let me check it again. Let me check it one more time. Let me check it one more time. Just one more time. Just one more time.
One more time.
One more time. One more. Just one more time.
Before they introduced the whole skill plus augments option, I had actually settled for just getting something like what? Item prolonger or slot increase on my armors, and I was happy with that. But now that they give us skill plus,
I'm trying to overreach for more. So it's one of the things where
yes, they gave us more ability to roll what we want, but on the other hand,
it just, since it's all random, it's just making you try to overreach for that thing, you know?
it's fucking gambling.
This is why me and all my friends call this gambling.
Every time we go and roll for this, we're like, let's gamble.
お、いらっしゃい。
There was one roll that I tossed away that seemed
To be quite good.
bear with me while I find it again.
They gave me a decal slot upgrade in addition to everything.
Is this good enough?
Oh no. It's gamble time. Yeah, time to gamble. Gamble.
Now, where's that one that was really good?
And it lost me speed sharpening.
Like this. Affinity sighting is useless. Wild Bug Whisper +1 is technically a skill that I do enjoy.
But it's already maxed out from my helmet.
I don't gain that handicraft though.
That's pretty good. This one?
Yeah, this is pretty good. But if I keep this, I have to roll away one level of handicraft on my helmet because I am overcapped on Wirebug Whisperer.
Do this. Handy, you can actually get.
So without losing protective polish, you can get a tier 4 handy without losing protective polish. That is true. Okay, we'll keep this.
We'll keep this and we'll save it.
いつ
Save.
でも待ってるよ。
And then recalculate my helmet because my helmet has I'm using the Kushala helmet, which gives you 3 levels of Wirebug Whisperer just like that. What is my augment on this thing? Is an item prolonger 1 with defense plus. And my build technically relies on item prolonger, so let's see if there's something I can do about this.
よし、燃えてきた。
Even if I lose an item prolonger, let's see what else I can get.
Maybe.
I've already saved, so I don't mind. Resuscitate and diversion. Why does the game consider... Oh, that's resuscitate.
Oh. Oh.
No wonder the game considers resuscitate to be a high value skill.
Right.
Now I remember it's actually a component of some damage builds where they inflict status on themselves and gain a damage bonus.
Oh.
Has it got windproof?
No. Wind mental.
Fuck no, I'm not losing wind mantle.
That's the whole point of running this thing.
Getting a razor sharp on this is actually quite nice. And by having a razor sharp here, I can slot item prolonger into... Female is just whatever. Yeah, actually in the end this is just a reshuffling, so maybe not.
Maybe not. It has to be.
It has to be worth more than a single tier 2 slot space.
Whatever I get. Coalescence? Fuck no.
The game seems to want me to take resuscitate. Oh!
Well,
This gives me protected polish right off the bat.
and
I lose the one... That won't give a profit, yeah.
and it comes up to the same.
The only peace of mind I get is the fact that I'm no longer overcapped on Wirebug Whisperer.
Which is not worth it.
Ballistics.
Yeah.
It's not a profit either.
Adrenaline rush is useless for me.
Medical armor, no.
Hellfire cloak, no.
Nope. Never trade away wind mantle.
No.
What a strange combination.
Fuck no.
Guts is interesting, but no.
No.
Earplugs is useless. That is technically not a profit because a tier 3 slot upgraded to a tier 4 wouldn't get me much. I don't have much use for a spare tier 3 slot. I'm currently using one tier 3 slot to just hold a tier 2 jewel, so yeah, this doesn't actually help me that much.
Yeah, the game seems to really want me to take Resuscitate. Yeah, no. Fuck that.
Coalescence.
No.
If I lose a redirect, if I lose my item prolong again a redirection, I'm currently using a I'm using a tier 4 redirection jewel in order to get 2 levels of redirection. If I get this, I could slot redirection in there and I'll free up a tier 4 deco slot for something else, whatever that may be. I would lose an item prolonger, which means I have to slot a tier 2 item prolonger somewhere. This could theoretically make my build more slot efficient. It'll just be me like not using a tier 3 slot to hold a tier 2 deco. That's the only thing I get from this. And there are some very fringe cases where swapping this could work, but I can't run the calculation in my head.
Whether or not I'll actually gain that one extra skill somewhere.
By moving the tier 4 redirect into this, removing the tier 2 from the tier 3.
Because in my build,
There is one tier 3 deco that I'm still running right now. It's the guard. It's the guard deco. Plus 2 levels of guard.
That's what's in the tier 3 slot in this armor piece right now.
How much you're gonna be using redirection on gunlines? Most of the optimal gunlines moves for both charge shell combos don't really allow you to use commitment easily enough. That is true, but I do like the utility of just having the redirection option. I have used it maybe once a hunt, and it has saved my ass.
Oh. And I have seen a couple.
I know, even though I'm the furthest you could I'm the furthest you could possibly be from a speedrunner, but I have seen gunline speedrunners use redirection. Very good gunline speedrunners use redirection. Full burst combo with normal shelling. It does have pretty significant value if you can time things right. And technically I learned to use redirection from them, watching them.
But yet,
They were Japanese side gunlines hunters. The one that I saw was using the Hellfire Cloak. You know the build, the Hellfire Cloak plus shelling plus can't remember what else he had, but yeah, he was full with shelling, lots of Hellfire Cloak. He used the wire bug dash thing that drops the bomb on the ground with the Hellfire Cloak.
it was really, really good. Insane amount of damage.
And he used redirection.
Perfectly captures redirecting the attack while still performing full burst combos.
What am I using item Palonga for? Gourmet fish.
Gourmet fish is my version of what Valhazak / Kushala Blessing in this game used to be.
But I can't use Valhazak / Kushala Blessing in this game because Blood Blight blocks Kushala Blessing, but it doesn't block fish, so
Gourmet fish.
I eat a gourmet fish, item Palonga 3. I think I get 90 seconds of just all that regen.
I'm scared to commit to this because I don't know if I can.
If I actually gain something or not.
Decisions, chat.
The
Fucking decisions.
that wouldn't mean a gain. Yeah, it'll be an efficiency gain. At most I will get +1 in a skill if I can rearrange everything to be more slot efficient. But I can't guarantee that until I actually confirm this and go and check my slot space.
And move things around.
And we're about to have Title Update 4. Who knows what the hell they're going to introduce in Title Update 4.
Okay, you know what? Fuck this shit.
No, I'm not going to commit to this when Title Update 4 is around the corner.
And
Who knows, I might end up changing stuff anyway and needing to re-roll shit anyway, so yeah.
yeah, no, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Look at you. Look at you.
Well, we'll stick with what we have right now, and then we'll go and see. We're gonna see what Title Update 4 gives us, and yeah.
Are you guys looking forward to Title Update 4, by the way?
I'm guessing that the Elder Dragon's gonna be Volcana. That's my guess.
I mean, if it is Volcana, it's... Oh, I'm sure it's gonna be an amazingly fun fight.
Malzeno is actually my favorite monster that was introduced in Rise and Sunbreak. I love the Malzeno fight. I hope that we get a Rise and Malzeno or something like that
Eventually, because I would love to see Malzeno powered up. That'd be so cool.
Hoping it's Amatsu or Velki. Volcana. I am 70% sure it's Volcana.
In terms of educated guesses. Okay.
So we're going to use the new armor we just rolled, but before we do it, we're going to equip that.
So that
We use our current build as a basis to move things around. Wait, hang on.
Come here.
It's easier if I do this here. Right. Remove this.
Change equipment. Change to
This. Right. So what I have on this is Protected Polish 2 and a Wirebug Whisperer. I'm overcapped on Wirebug Whisper, but fuck it.
I'm not gonna think about it.
That is the one skill that I'm talking about that is not efficient. Slot efficient at least. I might be able to still make this slot efficient.
Or at least more slot efficient than it was. Maybe. Let's see.
I want to have at least one level sneak attack. What am I missing?
Alright,
I have Protected Polish 2. You know what, with Protected Polish, maybe I don't need Razor Sharp anymore. And if I do not have Razor Sharp anymore,
auto I run.
double Protected Polish and Razor Sharp.
Just to be crazy.
Nah.
Meh. Hi Panzer, welcome.
Put Handy in there as Handy synergizes really well with Protected Polish. How much sharpness do I have? I have that much sharpness. This is a gun lens though. Any sharpness I get from from handicraft, it's just going to disappear the instant my protective polish runs out. Even with razor sharp, my sharpness disappears.
Sorry, I was thinking of double stacking protective polish and razor.
Hang on, what? Let me just double check something.
Oh. Let me double check something. Skill info, protective polish.
It's an increment of 30 seconds per sharpen.
My mental's crying for help. You're not giving it any.
Your mental?
What's wrong, Panzer?
Did you just wake up or have you not slept yet?
Yeah.
If this were any other weapon, I would actually run handicraft. But this is a gun lance that destroys sharpness. Having just a little bit more sharpness in the form of level 2 handicraft won't make that much of a difference. Fancy a weapon for losing sharpness. Decisions, chat. Decisions. Trying to fit a completely new skill in here. Pretty sure you only lose damage at yellow, so any little counts. That is true. But I am able to reach yellow.
Quite easily.
The curse of a gun lance hunter, always reaching the yellow. Unless we double stack. Actually, I've never double stacked protective polish and razor sharp before, so maybe that will help.
Maybe. Last game, you're playing a game which they may sort of give you cancer.
Maybe learn to play. Oh no, why are you playing, Panzer?
Are you playing a
Game where you... Ooh, yeah, what game are you playing?
you have to work with people?
That are trash. This is kind of be going beyond the scope of what I originally intended to do.
We have 1 point of artillery there.
Razor sharp and protective polish. In the end, what did I lose?
Let's see. What did I lose?
I lost 2 levels of defense boost. I lost agitator, which is useless. Attack boost, which is meh.
Yeah.
I lost 2 levels of defense boost, agitator, which I don't care about, and attack boost in exchange for two levels of protective polish.
Doesn't seem worth it, to be honest.
Just for 2 levels of protective polish.
Let me try something.
I'm going to save this as a test.
Armor for now. So that I don't lose this.
What did I end up getting on this?
I end up getting status direction and read. Status trigger and redirection.
Right, now I remember. The Malzino armor for some reason has a very tight point.
Allotment.
So I couldn't get anything good on it.
You know,
Even though this
chest piece I used
started out as an armor that I was forced to get just because of sneak attack, I had a really good roll that gave me artillery for this. And because of that, I don't want to give this up anymore. Because this amazing augment roll.
Yeah.
Started. Previously I couldn't wait to get rid of this armor. Now I feel like I don't want to give it up.
It's because it has artillery. You say losing would be good to lose the extra artillery. Having a slow sneak attack doing extra damage besides blood, right? Not too much offer.
Or Malzeno chest. Well, I have blood right on the skirt. And I'm keeping this. There's no way in hell I'm getting rid of this. Blood right level 2 is good enough, I would say. The only question is whether or not I want to give up 2 levels of defense plus 2 levels of agitator, which is a very meh skill for me, in exchange for at least 2 levels of protective polish, possibly 3. I know technically this doesn't really help my shelling much, but it's extra attack and affinity while the monster is angry, and the monster gets angry fairly frequently. I would say yeah, the Malzeno chest is out. The only thing I'm considering is whether or not I should replace this chest with
the alloy choice for protective polish. And
get backstabbed via the decal.
You say go for the alloy choice?
I am very heavily considering it. We'll give it a shot.
You know what, Jack? We'll give it a shot.
We'll do a dry run with the alloy chest. We'll do a test run.
See how it works?
And then we'll decide.
That sounds like a plan, right? Oops. Now who do we want to hunt?
If I want to potentially make another backstab duel, I need more of this. So
Let's hunt a Golrathian. I'll do a Golrathian.
we'll run our usual.
Gaelius and Luchica.
Normally I would have set up for this, but for now I'm just going to do this manually.
Switch that to Ariel.
Now the only thing I need to decide is whether or not I prefer to have max razor sharp or max protective polish. Unfortunately, item prolonger doesn't extend protective polish.
I checked. There was I remember someone asking that before. Whether item prolonger extends protective polish, it doesn't, sadly.
Someone asked that in the Marthalos nest. We'll go all out with protective polish.
I did not make a protective polish, sure. Let's do it.
We'll try to go on protective polish, see what happens. I'm dropping my razor sharp from 50% down to 25%, but we'll see what happens.
Protective polish. There we go.
It needs Izuchi tail?
Really? Huh. Interesting. these.
Against a gold Rathian, we need something to stagger.
And bring it down. So, run.
We'll run Gather Cat plus Bomber Cat.
And I'll grab the taxi.
Auto Trot is useless, so
Right. Now after all of that gambling and tear coughing and calculating,
grab your drinks, chair. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, water, anything here.
time for combat drugs.
Oh shit, I spilled some combat drugs. No! No, my coffee, no!
Nope.
Oh, okay, it's fine, it's fine.
I got it in my hand. Hang on.
Hang on.
Hang on. Green pie chart. Cheers. Hang on, let me just fix this.
Oh god, my hand now smells of coffee. Okay,
Just let me take a short wash and bake, chat.
let me take a short wash and bake.
I'll be right back. When you get back, we'll consonants.
In the meantime, enjoy.
Twins. Eating dango. Yes.
Oh, I'll be right back. Fucking, where's the high UI button? God damn it, why do I have to click this with my...
Sticky hand. Okay, I'll be right back. Here we
Yeah. Why is there a giant dog in the way? Where did the dog come from?
Oi, dog.
Oi,
Hang on.
yeah. Let me get back into my BDSM chest harness.
What's he doing? Why is he so huge?
Isn't...
Five, six, seven.
Right. Let us test out the new protective polish build that we just created.
Well, technically it's the same build I've always been using.
With some minor tweaks. And instead of full razor sharp, we have 2 razor sharp plus 3 protective polish.
Okay, let's go.
Let's see how this works. I used to run protective polish back in World,
But I have not
頼むぞ
run it in Rise. I've been running razor sharp.
almost purely because it's already on my gloves, 2 levels of it, so I figured why not max it out.
you know. And we'll see how protective polish works with razor sharp. In before I end up using Malzino.
Not Mazino,
Volcana, or whatever the new monster's gonna be, a piece of its armor.
and I'm gonna have to roll augments and rebalance everything again. Oh boy, I can't wait to do that all over again.
Chat.
急いでちょうだい
Fucking random upgrades. Fucking hate random. Makes min-maxing such a pain. Yes, I know I'm min-maxing defense and utility, which is technically... most people would ask, why the hell are you even running this? But I don't care, this is how I want to min-max.
I don't care.
目的を忘れぬように。
Technically, even now, my build isn't balanced. Just because of the...
There's still one deco slot being where a tier 2 jewels and a tier 3 slot.
and...
There's that whole, you know what? I want you to help me. Well, let's go down there.
Oh,
And there's also the whole Wirebug Whisper overcapped thing, which I'm trying my best not to think about.
trying to ignore it in my head. Even though my OCD is telling me I need to balance it
I'm trying my best.
to ignore. It's hard.
調理開始ですごゆっくりどうぞ
焦らずとも良いぞ。
The one good thing about, well, another benefit of Item Prolonger is that these buffs that I'm drinking right now,
Immunizer.
all these powders, they last so damn long. Yeah, sure, my friends don't get them for nearly as long as I do, but I don't care.
Hi.
総流を任せよう。
Eat.
狩り場での食事
Let's go.
良いものです
I need to change up the order of operations for that. I think I should have sharpened and then barraged and then eaten.
Okay, I'm gonna have to adapt that. Oh,
It's a learning experience. Chat.
it's a learning experience. Hi, Rockin.
Come on.
Get angry.
目
Come
標
on. Get angry.
Oh, come on.
Get angry, bitch. Come on.
Enter raid mode.
Come on. Come on.
I need you to enter raid mode for me, please. Ah, damn it.
She's not entering red mode.
Come on. Okay, raid mode.
Now we go.
さあ、怒っているようだ。これぞメス。素晴らしい
Cats,
総流。
take your drugs. Give me that.
And let's go.
口どけちり。
I'll sharpen later once I drop below green.
Where? What?
What the fuck was that?
きちんと直すのよ
The attack she does in the air is very hard to predict. She does that twice.
Which means I have a window.
治療を忘れないで。
No, you don't. Okay. I took a huge risk at that. I what now? Stay right there. Got her.
総攻撃だ
Swap and oh damn it. I'm at the wrong angle.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Fuck you. The state didn't lash on, but
Oh,
oh really?
really, Kale? Stay right there, thank you.
No, you don't.
Fuck you.
怒りで荒れて
Multiple.
総流ができるぞ
You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna let one of the bots handle this.
Go.
食事は大事です。言うことを聞きなさい。
そちらは任せ
Or sometimes the bot will do that.
習いたいものだ
Okay, you know what? Fuck this shit.
Yeah. Even though they're supposed to bash the monster into the wall, sometimes that happens.
Don't know why.
They seem to prioritize trying to aim the monster into hazards, even if it means that they'll miss.
Which is unfortunate. Oh, fuck you.
Is he leaving? Yep, he's leaving.
まだいいところじゃない。
Gonna hit the bed now? Okay. Good night, Panzer. Thanks for stopping by.
Alright, we're going to try to do this order of operations properly. First.
Pick this up.
Second.
Sharpen.
Fucking...
切れ味には常に
The boy, I got him.
Okay, where's he going? Stay right there.
Thank you.
And now...
総流のチャン
Eat
スよ。
fish.
And now we
と
go.
も良いぞ
So how's the set so far?
Well, we're testing out right now. Trying to see just how much benefit we're gaining from
思いっきりや。
protective polish.
Seems nice, actually.
But we have to see how it lasts throughout the whole hunt.
Oh, fuck it.
What?
That's strange.
一気に攻めるぞ
Fuck off. Come on. Eat your life. Eat it all. Come on.
直良好
Come on. Dominator.
見事な総流だったな
Doesn't have a status, which means do that.
おめでとうございます。
Nice. Oh,
今だ突撃
wow. Fuck you.
Nice, we got an explosion.
Plus kill.
Which means
撃って出る
long combo.
感謝するわ。
Stab.
Good job, cat.
Switch.
Back up. Charge. Fuck you.
was that? Paralysis. Perfect. Stab. And cancel. Charge. Fuck you. No, you don't. And that is why I have redirection.
興奮状態のよう
Oh, that was not worth it.
Oh well. Hang on a second. Can you eat this fish, please?
狩り場でも
Thank you.
回復はしっかりだ
良いものです
No!
Again. Yeah, I'll just shield it.
Oh, wow.
Radical drank it. Fuck you in the face.
Is she leaving or no? I can't tell.
I can tell she's trying to leave.
Oh yeah, she's trying to leave.
Fine.
すぐに追うわよ
うぬをしようにはとせん
So that's going quite well actually.
The only downside of running this set is the fact that I have to
Deal with the fact that part of my brain is telling me if only I could roll away the extra level of Wirebug Whisperer, then they'll be efficient.
this in the back of my head. I'm trying not to think about it.
助かった
気がつくわよ
感謝する
感謝するわ
切れ味には常に気
さ
を配れ
すがカムラの大使
怒りで荒れているな
あらあら怒ってるわね
Hi.
焦らずとも言え
Ah, the recovery from that is always so fucking long.
急いで治療しなさい
I've got to get my casting drugs.
I have a window. Oh really?
Again? She's gonna blow up anytime soon.
Okay, that extends behind her.
Got it.
Oh,
There she goes.
oh, she only does that once after an explosion. Huh?
Oh. Fuck you.
Oh god!
注意して
モンスターから目を離すな
Oh, that was
So risky.
get down on the ground.
せい総攻撃だ
Oh wait,
Hang on.
if the cat just threw a thunder blight at it, that means I can do this.
And inflict thunderblight. Okay, Lichika, it's up to you.
仕掛けてくるわよ
Oh shit! Oh, okay, so maybe I should have just shielded that.
Oh,
Ow.
ow, ow, ow.
助かったわ
God damn it, how much does she fucking take to stun? Ooh. Damn.
He missed the chance to stun her. Oh,
今だ突撃
Change.
charge. Fuck you.
Oh, okay.
There's this twice right here.
Give me that wiper, thank you.
Fuck you.
少子セリアソイいや一気に行くぞ
感謝する。
Oh, really? I staggered her out of it? That's not good.
モンスターから目を
Oh, okay.
状
Phew.
態のよう
治療を忘れないで。チムク。
Come here.
Oh, what?
Wait, what?
Was that an attack or was it just wind
負
pressure?
けてられないわ。
Oh,
達成ださすがだ
Oh,
な
that worked. So,
potato polish, yeah, it's really nice. Combined with the 2 levels of razor sharp that I just happen to have in my gloves,
it's really, really nice. Thank you for convincing me to try this out, by the way.
now I just have to find my edge to roll away the extra level of
Wirebug Whisper. For a bit. At least until we find out what's happening in Title Bit 4.
just need to fight my OCD.
Just fight it. Just fight it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
万物必殺関や空烈派
Mitts!
Grab her by the pussy. Hehe.
Let's see, what did I get? Flaming Espinas.
Oh, now you start showing up, fucking Espinas.
But I don't need you anymore.
おやいらっしゃい。よーしやるぞ。毎度あ
Thank you.
り。
And as usual, gotta say hi to the baby owl
He's our Poogie.
for this game. Oh, good luck, charm. Aw, look how cute he is.
Every Monster Hunter has to have a good luck charm chat.
And because Poogie isn't here, Snow Owlet is that.
ごきげんようお待ちしておりましたいつでもお立ち寄りくださいね
お、いらっしゃい。災いをもって災いを制す。
I'm trying to resist the urge to roll this. No, 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 don't roll it.
Don't roll it. No,
No, no, no, no.
not worth it. It's not worth it at all.
I just realized something.
I completely forgot to upgrade my armor.
So I was fighting that motherfucker with
Base armor value.
maybe that's why I was taking so much damage.
Oh well.
actually have defense on this thing.
ありがとね。
Okay. I think we will call this set a success. So, let's do some reorganization, shall we? I'm gonna save this here for now. We're gonna load this up. And then we're going to save this here as a backup just in case we want to go back for any reason. And then we're going to load this set and we're going to set up the racism. Oops, no. You got that? The racism decos. Because the only things that buff everything that Gunland does is racism and surprise butt sex. So it's not my fault, chat, that that the game is making me racist and making me attack monsters up the ass all the time. I have no choice. I have no choice. It's terrible, I tell you, what the game is forcing me to do. Fucking all those monsters up the ass. Shoving my huge, thick gun lance deep inside them and blowing my load all over inside them. It's the game that's forcing me to do that. I actually like the color scheme of this gun lance. What is it, fabric? Right, time for a second test of the protected polish build. That went very well. Now we're going to test it out against a Furious Rajang. My relaxation monster. As usual, Kailis and Luchika, let's go.
ご武運をお祈りしています。
Eat and while eating, time for our combat jacks chat. Paint by. Yes. You know, I just realized something. Hang on, I have to check something. No bombardier? Oh well, it's fine. Super Dango recovery is the important skill. I just realized something.
やるとしますか。
Can I? Dire Hearthorn. What do I need for Dire Hearthorn? Dire Hearthorn comes from... Let's see.
みんなを助けるため、
It
これが
comes
私にできること。全身全霊で強化させてもらうよ。
Level 161. Zenoga, Steve, and Diablo.
So I can't get it yet then.
Oh. Man, I can't wait until I can get these. Ugh.
いつでも待ってるよ。
Alright, let's go. Time for Furious Rajang.
我が波動天を突き騎士を行う
Nice relaxing hunt with Furious Rajang.
You know, back in Monster Hunter World, people said I was crazy for thinking that Tempered Furious Rajang was my relaxation monster.
Even in the Marvelous Nest, I'm like, time to relax and with some tempered Furious Rajang hunts.
And they were like, you're crazy.
I always liked hunting tempered Furious Rajang,
He's very predictable.
but still difficult.
さあ、行くわよ。
Yoshi! And in Rise, they made Rajang super easy. Even Master Rank. He's so much slower. Give me that. Thank you. Come here.
きちんと手入れ済みですので、武具の調子は万全です。
I wonder if they're going to introduce a way for us to shortcut this bird gathering even more. Either in Title Update 4 or 5.
I would like the ability to shortcut this even more.
It'd be nice.
Ooh! Anjaneth is coming here.
Right, well, we'll stay right here then.
Oh wow, they're fighting each... No, wait. Really?
良いものです。
Really, Rajang?
You ran away from an Anjaneth? Oh my god, Rajang.
Coward!
さあ、勝ってきなさい。
Coward!
How could you run away from me,
切る
Rajang?
ぞ気をつけろ
仕掛けてくるわよ。
脆弱だ
I just need to stop moving.
And...
Fuck you!
総流。
そういうが狙えるぞ
Eat fish.
And...
ごゆっく
Let's
り
go.
と。
良い食べっぷりだ勝負
そっちは頼んだわよ。
Ooh, Naga is there.
Perfect. Have a monster amuse.
血抜く。
Hi!
目標
Would you please enter red mode for me?
攻撃
No?
に備えよ
リロード。
What?
Really?
装填。
Oh, really? Okay, fuck you then! Oh my god.
Fuck you!
リロード。
怒っているよう
興
だ
奮してるみたいね。
Alright. Now Naga.
なか
見
なか
習い
やるわね。
たいものだ一撃必殺
Your turn. Let's go.
総流を任せよう。
Okay, he's in it. Not good. Fuck you. No, you don't. Come on. Fuck you. Spin. Spin and fuck him up.
騎士の誇りにかけて黙していない素晴らしい
Cats, drugs.
小賢しい
What the hell is that? Oh, right. Oh. Yeah. Come on.
狙われているぞ
Oh. Give me that. Careful, the chica. Fuck you.
今だ突撃
One more. Come on.
モンスターから目を離すな
Really, that kicked me? Oh. Oh. You know, I think Furious Arching is the only one who can still shoot, even if he's tired. Fuck you. Yeah. Fuck you. Ah. Oh.
直しておいた方がいい
Oh, I thought he was aiming for me. Okay, hang on a second.
勝機を
Oh, god damn it. Really? Oh, come on! Wait, okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Didn't they make it so that bugs are no longer used when the monster runs? Didn't they do that? Why are my spiders still being used up now? I'm sure they made it so that we don't waste spiders if we throw them on a monster that's immune. Okay, it's leaving. Did they reverse that? Because whatever's going on, it doesn't seem like my blue spiders get refunded anymore. I'm just losing them.
気を配れ
Come here, bitch! Really?
興奮状態のようだ
機嫌斜めかしら
Fuck you!
狙われてるわよ
われているぞ
Fuck you!
きちんと直すの。
気をつけろ
Oh,
Wait, really?
you're going for a month now?
標的にされてる
標
わよ。
的にされているぞ
Wait, what?
感謝す
Did
る。
you not get a month?
I thought I heard you going for a mount.
Fuck you.
依頼完了。
Now you're mounted.
Okay, I'm not going to take any risks.
I'm gonna use this mount. And we are going to go.
Over here. Come on. Come on.
You see this that you missed earlier? You're gonna get that. And knock down.
いい調子
いい
のよう
調査一気に攻めるぞ
なかなかやるわね。
Fuck you.
少子
Slam, burst.
And stab. And cancel. Fuck you.
Ah, damn it. I missed most of that.
少子千本 モンスターから目を離すな
Come here.
薬はあるか少子
興奮してるみたい。
怒りで荒れているな
Fuck you.
狙われてるわよ。
標的にされているぞ
Can't sticky drugs.
無理せず休め
We should go get up.
覚悟しなさい。
助かった狙われているぞ
注意して。
Almost died.
Did that too early.
斜めかしら。
Hi, Angie.
Wait, didn't I? Press the button.
Oh, I did. Fuck you. You gonna help us or are you just gonna leave?
Yeah, you're gonna leave.
狙われてるわよ。
Foxy, get him. Nice, good job.
今だ突撃撃って出る
気が利くわ
Fuck
よ。
you.
標的にされてるわよ。
モンスターから目を離すな攻撃に備えよ
Haha. Fuck off.
では勝てるわ攻撃が来るぞ
Really?
Fuck you.
注意して。
少子千本
The hitbox for that attack is really weird.
無では勝てる
Fuck you. I think I hit him.
標的にされているぞ
Oh,
Bleeding.
じゃない。
Ah. My gauntlets finally dropped to yellow sharpness.
武器の手
常
入れ
に
は大切
手入れは
ですね。
怠るな。恩に切るぞ。感謝する。
気が利くわね。
良い
Wait, he's leaving?
What? Motherfucker, come back here.
合流だ。
And when I sharpen my gun lance for you already.
Bitch! Get back here.
武器の手入れは大切
切れ
です。
味には常に気を配れ。
針場で
服はしっかりだ。
良いものです。
Fuck him off.
怒っているようだな。
あらあら、怒ってるわね。
いいことを思いついたわ。
And I'm surprised that this move doesn't have chip damage.
It looks like it would be a really big move.
But no, it doesn't have chip damage.
一気に攻めるぞ。
Slam, burst, and
Stab.
少子。
Fuck you. Yes!
少子。
Oh.
oh shit.
I should have done.
見事な
What?
総
Nope,
流
I
だ
got it.
Got it. Calculated. Calculated, chat.
Totally.
Totally calculated.
帰還いたしましょう。
He's totally calculated. Hmm? Oh, I like this new build.
Thanks again for suggesting it, Mocha.
Ah,
うん。
very, very nice utility.
Don't have to worry about shit.
Miss!
That totally hit chat. Don't worry about it. That explosion definitely was supposed to hit.
Definitely. It's don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I doubt we'll be able to get to HR. No, not HR. AR 161 in this stream though. Still quite a ways away.
ようこそ。
Oh.
Huh.
This complicates matters.
Evade extended 3. I mean, be nice. Having evade extended 3.
よくぞ来た。
I feel like I want to test it out, chat. Evade extended 3. Let's mess around with it.
Change equipment.
Right, I need a garter.
And currently there's no source of guard up besides
That.
decisions.
Fuck, are you still thinking of how to min-max this?
いらっしゃい。
Am I still on the same seat after going into the weapon menu?
Let me just
Let me just see.
I'm still on the same seat. I remember this.
Yeah, I remember this exact thing.
You know what? Let's try something.
Let us try to see what happens if I travel down a different branch. Because I'm not mistaken, it
I think an upgrade it puts me down a different branch.
doesn't it? Or is it always the same? Is this a different branch? No, it seems to be the same. Yeah, I'm still on the same branch. Was less for me. Yeah, no. No, this isn't worth it. Time for the reset. Save scum. Save scum.
I need to go and take more pictures.
Of the avatar.
I technically before we started this whole
Remaking my armor thing and rebalancing.
I was going to
I wanted to talk about a
yeah, major redesign of my trap avatar, which could possibly also be applied to my girl avatar, to be honest. Or at least partially applied to my girl avatar. Not fully, but partially. I just don't know if I want to do it. It's a massive change. It is an aesthetic that I've always liked. And it feels like something that I would like to be. I just don't know if I want to commit to it. Because yeah, it's gonna take me at least a month to get it done, I feel. Making sure everything works right, you know. Something I have to think about. Hi Maka! Hi, welcome! Happy birthday, Maka! I'll be seeing you tomorrow, right? Be doing birthday stuff.
お待ちしておりました。
Yeah,
この異変を
I look forward to it. Now, who do I want to hunt? Now that we got what we need, we can just do more chill hunts, to be honest.
またお越しくださいませ。
いらっしゃい。
Use a Naga Razor. Oh. Right, Kushala Blessing is useless here. There is a... You bought my coffee? You bought my coffee, Mark? Oh, thank you so much, Maka. Thank you. Wait, did I not get an alert that you bought it? Hang on. Oh, I did get an alert that you bought it. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy my coffee, Mark. Hopefully the quality is good. If the quality is shit, let me know, okay, Maka? Because I don't want to sell you guys shit merch. Yeah, if the quality is shit, let me know, and I might just change to a different provider, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright, do let me know. I haven't had a chance to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to really preview the products on that site yet because I've been busy. What was I talking about? My brain froze. Right. I came here to do something. The talisman. Was there another talisman that I got? An evade extended talisman. And the stun resistance, which is nice, but I can't build it. Actually, you know what? Should I build stun resistance? My stream labs tape length. It doesn't? Hang on a second. Hang on, let me check. Does it not work? The other day Lucky did it. The stream elements, right? It should work. Let me double check it. 404?
Huh?
Why did I get a 404?
Hang on.
Like he just did it the other day. Why isn't it around?
Right now, let me see.
Thank you for bringing it up, Maka.
Oh,
Go and have a look and see what's wrong.
um. Give me a second, check.
Oh, I figured out some technical difficulties. Shipping settings.
Connect to PayPal.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
okay, it's because
Really, they changed the link? Why? Hang on, let me try this now.
okay. Yeah, now it works.
Nah, it works. Hang on, let me save it.
Okay,
The description has been updated.
that's annoying
I'm gonna have to update everything.
with this new link.
Oh, well, yeah. Let me know if it doesn't work.
As long as you guys can see the page, that's fine.
It doesn't actually. Yeah, it doesn't actually have to do anything.
Let me just look. Wait, Maka!
Maka!
Maka! Maka!
Maka!
Maka!
Makaver tippt $50. Bola
Maka!
will always support you.
You're supposed to. This is supposed to be your birthday.
You're not supposed to tip me for your birthday?
In fact, I'm supposed to do something for you for your birthday. Maka! 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 Maka!
Maka! Maka!
Oh no! Oh god! Now
I feel like I'm not doing enough. Maka! Maka!
Look. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hang on. Let me just deal with this.
Let me just deal with this real quick.
I'm messing up with.
Stream settings, give me a second. Okay, sorry about that.
Had to make some changes.
Thank you so much, Aka. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
As always, Maka.
Promise me that you've got money set aside, okay?
Okay, I will always make sure to take care of yourself before you take care of me.
Okay, Maka?
Always put aside money.
Enough money for yourself first. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's a lot of money. Oh my god.
Yeah, that is a lot of money. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Maka. Okay.
I need to reply to something real quick. Okay, sorry, chat. Sorry. I've been dealing with something that's been distracting me all day. So I just had to send out a message, but don't worry. It's honestly just more of an annoyance. A distracting annoyance than anything. Okay, not gonna think about it. Just going to come back to the stream and focus on what we're here to do. Stupid things that I really wish I would have to deal with, but not gonna think about it. Not gonna think about it. Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. Thank you again, Naka. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Now, where was that? Thing I was looking for. That was my old charm, which I thought was amazing up until Tight Update 3 came out. I became shit. Redirection, no. If this had slightly better slots, then I would use it, but sadly no. Slots aren't great on that. Right, this... What I gain from this is... Guard up, an additional rank of Guard up and an Evade Extender. No, wait, no, wait, I already have Guard up. An additional rank of Evade Extender and Spirit Bird's Call in a single talisman, which means I can remove Spirit Bird's Call. Alright, so let's try this. Let's see, that's got it, right? Right, and where is my Spirit Bird Call? There. I'm gonna replace that with... Defense boost, defense 5. I keep getting tempted to fit... stun resistance. It'd be nice to be able to super armor through everything without worrying about being stunned anymore. Oh well. Oh well. Right, let us try out this set, shall we? Were we hunting? Let's see. Who do we want to hunt? We can hunt anything.
You know what? We'll try Golvathian again.
Gaelius.
And Luchika. Let's go.
安寧の日が訪れますように。
4. 4.
Oh god. 5. Fine.
Fine. Oh god. Give me anti-aerial, please. Ugh.
I'm okay. Okay.
See, do I have everything? I feel like I'm forgetting something.
No, everything's fine.
Right.
Let's go.
One more.
Coffee. Last bit of coffee, chat. Bye. Cheers. Oh. The last bit of mocha always has lots of chocolate in it. Coffee flavored chocolate.
Oh god.
My nose. My nose is... okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh. Let's go. I have no idea what Evade Extended Theory is like.
I feel like it's gonna be uncontrollable.
We're gonna find out together.
If Evade Extended 3 is really uncontrollable, then
We might have to do something else. Go back down a level, even though technically going back down a level makes us lose efficiency.
you know what'd be nice, chat?
You know what'd be nice?
It'd be nice if we could augment our charms.
You know, adjust some of its parameters or some shit.
That would be nice. Makes sense too.
But no, they don't let us do that. You have to roll for completely brand new charms.
Sheer randomness.
Just all random all the time. So much random. Don't you love gambling, Jack? Boy, I sure do love gambling. Really, really. Can you see my face? How much I love gambling? This is how much I love gambling, Chad.
For all of my equipment. This is my favorite thing in the world, Chad. Gambling.
始めようぬは幸に値せん
I love just not being able to plan out my armor changes because, you know, you never know when you might roll a skill on something and then you'll be like, oh shit, if I have a skill on here, that means I should change this. And then you'll be like, oh wait, now I have to roll that. And then like, don't you just love that, Jack? Don't you just love having infinite fucking possibilities in all your armors that determined by randomness?
いい調子のようです。
やり遂げたな。良い食べっぷりだ。
I love it so much. So much. You know what you're gonna do? I bet they're going to introduce random upgrades to weapons next. Oh boy. That's gonna be so much fun. Having random shit rolled on every single weapon in the game.
Boy, it'll be amazing, Jack.
So amazing.
少子。
さすがカムラの砥石。
丁寧な仕事だ。
Fuck you, bitch.
総流のチャンスよ。
総流を任せよう。
狩り場での仕事。
回復はし
Okay,
っか
let's
り。
go. Bitch.
勝利。
The only way out of this.
Places to go around. Oh,
Ooh, they're all in the same place.
good. Let's go. Can have ourselves a nice slumber party with all these big, strong monsters with their huge dicks. Come here. Give me a huge dick.
And Mizu's canonically nailed.
怒る総攻撃だ。
怒ってるわね。
Oh, Mizu's a nail. Ah,
なかなかやるわね。
Come here, Naga. Oh, damn it.
ah,
Naga's avoiding me.
oh,
ほら、総流できるわよ。
Naga lost anyway.
良
fine,
い
fine.
食べっぷりだ。
Let's go.
No, you don't.
頼んだぞ。
お手並み拝見ね。
Fuck you.
打ち抜く。
No, you don't.
Eh, what?
How did I get a... You know, I'm not gonna question it.
装填。
Cats, drugs, and
Charge. Oh. What the hell are you aiming for?
would you dare leave?
Thank you.
Oh, fucking.
薬はあるか。
治療を忘れない。
I have a window.
叩きのめしてくれるわ。
Fuck you.
さあ、一気に攻めるぞ。
Oh, wow, I dodged.
So fucking far.
一撃必殺。 少子千本
Fuck you.
Oh,
Uh-huh. Bitch. Perfect.
give me that. And bring out.
And charge. And one more.
Come on. No, you don't.
Fuck you.
I almost fucked that up.
Oh,
総流ができるぜ
sharpen. And
Come here.
nice.
Let me see. That's fire and that's
Fire.
as well. Which means it doesn't matter which order I do this in.
Bonk.
進捗良好勝機
Bonk.
感謝するわ
And what?
How did she miss that?
Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna cast it.
小賢し素晴らしい総流だ
Which to me means we can actually use this.
少子
She's gonna land right there. So, hi, bitch.
少子千本
Man and
Get it there.
oh, come on.
Uh, she clipped it.
少子千本
Oh, more like she didn't clip it.
Ugh,
追跡だ
that's annoying.
まだいいところじゃない
Oh,
脆弱切れ味
武器の
には常
手入れ
に気を
は大
配れ
切ですね。
回
狩
復は
り場での
しっかりだ
食事も良いものですね。
what? Oh, immediately hostile.
Fuck you.
素晴らしき活躍今だ
Oh,
出撃口説け
perfect. Damn.
少子
Yeah.
Fuck you.
How did I hit you?
少子千本
Damn. Fuck you.
少子
Oh, perfect. Fuck off.
少子千本
興奮してるみたい
The second one.
And hey, window.
Fuck you.
いい働きよ
I totally meant it there.
And oh, she only does that once.
Really? Oh. Fuck you.
攻撃が来るぞ
するわよ
モンスターから目を離すな
きちんと直すのよ
Fuck you. I know that.
少子千本 ず休め
Oh, that hurt.
恩に切るぞ良い食べっぷりだ
John?
What?
Wait, where are you going?
Ah, damn it. Right when the tail was in there.
治療を忘れないで。ご機嫌斜めかし
It's gonna explode. Fuck you.
ら。気をつけて。
Ah, damn, too late.
Also going to get a red explosion. Oh,
And of course he leaves right after I fucking... Yeah. Bitch. Mitz.
let's go and find Rajan. He might be sleeping or just chilling.
見事な景色よ
Rajan. He's just chilling right now.
恩に切るぞ
空が近いです。さすがカム
常
ラ
に手入れは怠るな
Yeah, Rajan. Need your help? There's a big nasty ruffian down there. And you need to ground pound her.
そう任せよ
Alright, now's not the time for detonator.
Can I jump off of here?
腕前
I
を
can.
見せて
Ruffian, you. Have a new friend. Ground pound you. Here. Ground pound you again!
してるみたい。
怒りで荒れているな
Oh.
リロード。
総攻撃
Smash and smash!
And... Ooh.
Okay.
達成だ
Hehe.
お疲れ様でした。では帰還いたしましょう。
Oh boy, oh I'm fading fast. I'm really tired. Sleepy. I wonder if I should try to attend the dance event that Foxley is going to in 3 hours. Oh, but I'm exhausted, chat.
Exhausted thinking about stuff.
どうしましたか。
万物必殺関や空烈派滅
I like this. Lots of dialing, good.
And got gold Rathian wing.
Perfect. Furious Rajan, Flaming Espinas.
Yee.
He also knows a bag. Alright.
さあさあ、特売日だよ。おお、やったね。
Oh, and a jackpot.
それ
Thank
じ
you.
ゃあ始めよう。行くぞ。毎度あり。
Alright, didn't get anything good. Let's go handle the farm. I think maybe that was the last and for the night check. I'm sleepy. I need to decide if I'm going to stay up to attend the dance event or go to bed. I need to dance more. Wasted time today dealing with stuff that I shouldn't have. It's my own fault though. I know I'm being fake, but yeah, I want to be fake. With regards to the thing that was annoying me today. It's my own fault, so probably should have
Probably should have just not gotten involved with that. I just realized something. Oakley!
Oakley! I saw Oakley's name earlier.
Oakley? Oakley, were you still there?
Oakley, I'm sorry if you said something and I didn't see it
I'm sorry, I'm gonna send Oakley a message.
after the stream. I just realized I might have ignored Oakley.
I'm sorry, Oakley, if you're still there.
She's probably not. She's probably gone to bed.
I'm sorry, Oakley.
Uh,
I'll send you a message after stream.
in case I missed anything important. Didn't I just wake up?
No, actually, I've been awake for
20 hours now. So, yeah. I'm actually,
yeah, this is about when I would normally start getting
exhausted. Hey, you guys give. Okay, my mats, my monster meats.
in the munch.
The match. I don't know how the fuck that song goes. I only know that it has the lyrics where you repeatedly say Monster Match, Monster Match, something something something, Monster Match, the Monster Match.
You guys even know what I'm talking about?
I think I'm getting delirious from sleepiness.
I need
3 of these, 3 of these, 3 of these, 3 of these.
Hotbox okay, but how about catalyst?
Catalyst are low.
Alright, so we need bitter bugs
And
the seeds.
right. And also like
It's pretty standard for me to
stay awake for about 20 or so hours, give or take. That's when I start feeling sleepy enough to, be able to start winding down and go to bed almost immediately.
if I try to stick to the standard like
16-hour day?
it doesn't work. At least it doesn't work for
Too long. And being insomniac.
and I spent like 4+ hours just tossing and turning in bed.
I don't know why it happens, but it happens.
I can maintain a 24 hours circadian medium for only for a few days
it gradually, my sleep time gradually, slowly shifts later and later, like maybe half an hour every day.
Until finally it just crashes and I end up staying awake for like 24 hours.
I'm finally being able to sleep. If there's a reason for it, I don't know what it could be.
I don't think it's stress related. Nor do I think it's anything to do with depression or manic or anything like that. I try to sleep and I can't sleep.
I don't know why.
Have I gotten everything right?
Yes, I did. I,
感謝する
I forgot to check something. I need to check your
始めようか
item exchange.
Loam grass, that's actually was fine.
Pale strength, nah.
商人の血が騒ぐね
Anything else? No.
楽しかったぞ
Let's change my music, chat. I feel like playing the song of my people.
Okay, village.
Song of home. Oh god.
Was there anything else I needed to do? Oh, right, I needed to.
Hang on. Whoops.
Gah.
Sorry about hitting the mic stand. I need to update my set
So that it's this.
now. Let's fix it up, shall we? Last thing we'll do on stream today.
Sorry, right? Yeah.
That's right. Whoops. Whoops. Oh man, I'm starting to lose focus. Double check. Equipment sometimes, you can fuck up.
Yep, everything looks
Good. Okay.
元気してる
When you catch hallucinations at the corner of your vision, when you need to sleep,
technically I get that all the time.
regardless of whether or not I'm sleep deprived.
That I don't know what it's called. The corner demon in your eye or some shit.
I remember there was a term people have for the weird things you see out the corner of your vision. I've forgotten what his name is.
Right, there was one thing I wanted to do, chat.
One last thing I wanted to try before we end today's stream. is it? I probably went over.
Yeah, I did went over it.
腕前は信用してくれて大丈夫だからね。
Evade extended 3.
Nah. Much as I would like it, nah.
Portion length of your red hit gauge, yeah.
I'm just looking over things that I might have missed that I might consider using. Defiance. Oh god, I'm fading fast. Wasn't there a armor that gave me something related to status? Or did I miss it? Can't be back here. I've been over here somewhere. Yeah, build up boost.
I've always been wondering whether or not I should get a level of build-up boost.
No. Not worth it. Slots are not worth it.
Okay, yep.
I'm not gonna worry about it.
I have a feeling this is gonna be my
armor set. This ugly sin armor.
This is what I look like underneath the armor.
I look fucking hideous.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm so glad they gave us layered armor because god damn, this looks awful. Look like a fucking clown. Nice find though. And use this instead.
Where I can be Akuma. I mean,
Kaine, yes. Kaine. Let's see. Let's prepare to get off chat. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm tired. Okay, we're done, chat. Thank you so much for being here.
are you looking or chatting, everyone?
I love you guys.
Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I hope to see you guys again next time, alright?
Next stream will probably be next week,
I have a couple of things I need to do tomorrow.
including D&D, and
I need to attend Maka's birthday party gathering thing on VR chat.
so yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing.
And then, oh, by the way, before I forget,
Next week, there's going to be the Monster Hunter Showcase, right?
let me see, what day is it gonna be on? me see.
See, which day is it? Uh, uh, uh,
They released a date for god damn it, I'm still
getting pulled into the thing that was annoying me.
okay, no. Stop. Well, when is the Monster Hunter live stream? Do they have a
Date and time for the showcase yet? Have they scheduled it? Oh,
launch trailer? No.
Monster Hunter.
No, they haven't scheduled it yet.
They do have a date on
Right, they have a date on the teaser that they released for
the showcase.
it's at let me show you guys what I'm looking at. I wonder why Brave keeps refusing to be selectable, but
Yeah.
this is it, chat.
This is the time and date for it, so
If that is happening at 3
PM PST.
Pacific Standard Time. Pacific is
3 hours. No, 4 hours behind Eastern, right?
if Pacific is 3 hours behind Eastern, that means that would be
that would be around 7 my time.
okay. I think I have a rough idea of when it's gonna be.
Of course, I'll post and also on Discord once we are absolutely sure when it's gonna happen. But yeah,
Yeah. Yep, that's it, chat.
that's it. Well done. Well done. Thanks again for being here, chat. I love y'all. Hope you guys had fun here.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below, and check out all my socials linked in Links are all in the description. Every little bit helps, chat. Every little bit helps, chat. Whether you're here to chat, lurk, you stayed here for most of the stream, or you just visit us for a bit. Every little bit helps feeding the YouTube algorithm. Thank you so much. As to our usual and stream stuff. Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Raz.gov, Oxy and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up, thank you to Lear Maka again, Sakito Kylon, Lucky again, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jerker for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. And last but not least, thanks again for Maka for the massive $50 dono. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I was a little bit worried about spending money on the Trap Avatar fashion redesign, but I think I'll be able to do it just fine now. I don't have to worry about anything. Thank you so much, Maka. Thank you. Alright. Time for us to go. Chan, I'm going to get off now, relax, chill, and probably be in bed soon. I'll see you guys again soon, okay? Sweet dreams, everyone. I hope I sleep well. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm really sleepy. I wonder if there's anyone streaming right now I could say hi to. Is there actually anyone streaming right now I could say hi to? No. All my friends are not doing anything. Flame Knight is gonna start streaming in 2 hours, but it's not streaming just yet. Oh well. Oh well. Good night, everyone. Good night. Bye bye.